The reason I move the cursor around is because every single time you move the cursor in a menu, it changes the randomness. It basically advances the counter. So just move it around a bunch and you'll get something new you haven't done before. Alright, let's try again. Just a little blip. I think, what is my average down to? It's like a 412 or 413 now? 413, 17. My average and my PB are too close for this long of an RPG. Hey, it's a Bear. Yuna, how you doing? It's been a while. I'm doing well. It's my birthday tomorrow, so we did like went out to do our birthday lunch today. Went out to like a Brazilian barbecue place. Well, thank you. Getting out there, I'm gonna be 36. Feels weird to be approaching my 40s. I was talking this the other day with my wife about like what like mindset like we have in like our mind for like what age we are, and I feel like my mindset for like my age is still like my late 20s. What's up, Sirium? How's it going? $42 feels like, on one hand it feels like, oh, it's so far away, but the other hand it's like, oh gosh. 42 is the same distance as 30 now. It's weird to be, all your friends are getting older too. At least 36 isn't like a big number, it feels like. It's no 40 or anything yet. I'm sure it'll hit different in a few years. Like 33 to like 37, it's all in the middle of 30s, it's all the same. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh, man. We'll see, maybe it'll be a 2-cycle Starman, it'll still be okay. My gosh, these spawns are just insanity. I've never seen a hill climb like this with so many enemies. Nice guy. My best like staying up for a long time story is I pulled 2 all-nighters in a row in college. It was like near like the end of a semester, and I had like big programming projects. I took computer science in college, and I had 2 big programming projects due, and I just ended up just powering through them on back-to-back nights. So I woke up like on a Wednesday night, stayed up Thursday, or no, I guess it was a Tuesday night, pulled an all-nighter Wednesday night, pulled an all-nighter Thursday night, and then went to bed Friday night. So that would have been like 24, 48, probably like 60 hours. And I remember when I finally went to bed, no, I guess it would have been, because I woke up on Friday morning ready to go to classes again. And I went to bed at like a reasonable time on Thursday, probably like 8 p.m. And when I woke up, I remember the room was spinning, and I couldn't get it to stop. And I ended up, like, throwing up. And if I laid back down flat, the room would start spinning again, and it was just, like, felt so terrible. So I remember going back to sleep sitting upright on the couch. Can't do that anymore. At like 20 years old, you can do anything. Could be a 2-cycle. And a time closer to like a 4-cycle Starman with like a decent hill climb. Whatever, we're gonna keep going. This is our run. Oh, a 9-year-old that refuses to sleep, I'm sorry. I've learned that though, like, everything is a phase. Some phases are longer than others. And I, like, sometimes I'll get down about, like, just, like, being tired, or bad bedtimes, or bad sleeping. kid getting up 4 times in the middle of the night again when they're older, and it always, like, comes to an end eventually, and things get back to a happier routine. Right now we're in a happy point. But inevitably the next phase will start. My giant steps are way better now, so I fully expect to be, like, green at the Captain Strong split. The dogs are unrelenting. 4 dogs on the way down to Onett. Where are the major time saves? In my PB, Gigas rock and baited me 5 times in a row to start the fight. So I lost 3.5 minutes on the Gigas fight. So that's the biggest time save. So that whole soft lock it's kind of a sticky situation. So technically what we do there is a glitch. That results in that situation in Moonside when you die to Manny Manny. So it's kind of a gray area because it's a glitch. So when you do die, you're kind of in a glitch situation. So even if you can recover, technically you can die. Or technically you've already glitched, so your run is essentially invalid. Is this Manip? This is not Manip. I'll play it safe. Actually, I should have just lifed up. Being sloppy. I have higher offense because I fought a dog. Yeah, you can still go to the hospital and revive people, even though all your party members are dead. My accent reminds you of home? Uh-oh. Because I am not from Arizona. I didn't even know I had an accent. This is just a brutal start to the run. So I grew up in Houston. I lived in Houston until I was 18. Except for a year in Oklahoma. And then my dad was born in Utah, grew up in Utah, and my mom was born in Japan on a military base. My mom lived all over the world growing up. You lived in Oklahoma for 3 years? Did you ever live in Bartlesville? That's where I lived. Bartlesville is like 45 minutes north of Tulsa. Enid? So I lived in Bartlesville when I was in middle school, so I don't I don't recognize that name. You visited Bartlesville? Nice. Bartlesville is surprisingly like it's a town of like 35,000, but it's the headquarters of Phillips Petroleum. So it actually has like a downtown because Phillips is kind of invested into the city to make it not a 35,000 feeling city. So like the 35,000 has a decent mall, has a decent movie theater, has like a little downtown area. It's kind of fun. So yeah, I lived there from 2000 to 2001. I'm not counting my burgers. I think that's it. But yeah, I went to Central Middle School for 7th and part of 8th grade. Do I want that butterfly? Probably just a waste of time, huh? You can just hang out there while we're getting good spawns. This butterfly's gonna be my pal for a little while we get 2 more fights. I never really visited Tulsa that much. I went to Tulsa one time to go to the amusement park there. And as you can imagine, going to a theme park in Tulsa, I remember just feeling sad. Butterfly there got me some good spawns down here. Okay, what are we gonna get up here? I don't want either of those. Those are antoids or like antoid slug fights. See if we can get a 6-pack up here. There's definitely something up north. Oh, I didn't see him. A single slug, huh? The one time where this strategy did not pay off. I still need 5 slugs or something? 4 slugs? What's the best way to get a 6-pack up here? I genuinely don't know what the strategy is for getting a 6-pack up here. Usually I rely on getting some decent fights on the mid-floor, but I didn't. This is less than ideal. I don't know what the strategy is here. We're getting close. We need 60. Oh, now I get the 4-pack of slugs. Oh, it's a 5-pack. Ugh. That's fine. This would have been like the ideal fight coming up the rope. Because I think you need 21 slugs. No, 23. I forget, I don't know. But this will give me the level I need. I'm still new to this. Only do 16 slugs at the bottom floor strat. Gosh, and then the 6-packs just start all appearing when I don't need them. I have enough offense to auto-kill him, but why auto-kill him when I can just not fight them? There's 2 there. I didn't even see how much damage I did. How much damage did I do? Is anyone watching? I was busy banning. Oh, they magnet me? Dang it, we're in trouble. $42, not good. Hamburger again. Uh-oh. Are we dead? Not dead. What a fun giant step and Onett up to now. Every single split has just been bad. I didn't even see how much my first rockin' did. I was busy banning that person. And then... At least he didn't put up a shield. I don't want to lose any more time, so we're going cops burgerless. 90? Okay. At least the rockin' was above average. I wanted a repeat of that run we had last a few nights ago, where we got the like 106.19, 106.10 boogie time, which is really solid. So I think we have either 2 or 3 hamburgers. It's on the lower end for what you want to do with the cop fight. So my guess is I end up pulling or going to life ups, and we're only able to rock in strong once, which is fine. It's better than going to buy more burgers. And again, I have like 3.5 minutes to save on my Gigas split, so all we have to do is keep it close. Oh, we have 4 burgers. Hot dog. Now we have 2. These cops are relentless. Crushing chops left and right. I actually don't know what the odds are for each attack. I assume it's like 50-50, but I actually don't know. Drop me a burger, that'd be really useful. Dang. I'd love to lead this next turn with the next fight with a burger instead of a life up, but I gotta go life up. I'm glad he did that on the turn he did. If he had done that big attack like 2 or 3 turns earlier, I don't know if we would have survived. We had another life up to get off if we menued fast. Alright. Sub 30 Onett. Whatever. I can work with this. Hopefully all the bad luck was just pushed to the front of the game. Yeah, like the enemies on the hill climb were just in crazy high numbers. Even like there was like, I saw 4 dogs in the walk down to Onett proper. My one food item. So I need to grab 2 butterflies. We already got full health. Don't need to check again. See if we get a butterfly. I wouldn't mind a butterfly now, just to make things a little safer. No dice. Clean first tunnel. Ooh, and a clean second one first try. It's always nice. Perfect walk up to the pencil for the first time. We can dodge those. And we're gonna save the skip sandwiches purchases until coming back with Paula. I'll take one now. Just in case I get into a fight, mostly in peaceful rest before the first high butterfly spawn spot. So I can rock in. Good evening, Shadow. How you doing? I own the game, but now I'm knee-deep in infinite wealth. But you have my word, when I do play that game, it will be on stream. We already got 2 butterflies, nice. We're all filled up. What was my dinner? Did I have dinner? Got a piece of a Sam's chocolate muffin. I had a really big lunch, so... What was breakfast? Breakfast was a bowl of Cheerios. I'm a simple man. Interesting that I got both butterflies, because that high, I think it's a 90% spawn rate. Each of those 90, 80, somewhere, it's somewhere high like that. Oh my gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, terrible decisions. I need 2 butterflies again. Thankfully, there's a high spawn rate butterfly right here. Can I spawn? I assume I can spawn the butterfly from up top, right? So if I just come up here and then walk down, will it be there? Maybe it would have, but... Go for the hard hat. I guess if I'm already up there, I could have, but it's still so far to the west. The hard hat is actually better than the Holmes hat that you purchase here. Yeah, that wouldn't be surprising me if you can buy Holmes hats and read. Or, hard hats. I don't even know what you can buy where anymore. It's interesting, like, even, like, weapons. You pretty much don't use weapons past, like, dusty dunes. Okay, what do we got? How about a 98, 108, and a 51? Aw, he left me a cookie. Cookies actually has a decent amount of value right here. That is an interesting fact. Because you want to keep your health low at Carpenter, so if he's going to do like mortal damage to you, you can pop a cookie instead of using like a croissant or a hamburger or whatever you've got, and keep your HP low. So like on the Carpenter fight, a cookie is probably actually better than a croissant. I think I only have enough one for one skip sandwich in next place. I need a little bit more money than I got. That's okay. So I have a croissant and a cookie and full health, so I'm gonna start the Carpenter fight with the double rockin'. And if we end the fight with full health, maybe we'll walk all the way to the bear or something. Yeah, we're exiting with pretty high health. That's still just like probably 2 attacks from the mole plant from the mole. Yeah, I think 78 is still just 2 attacks from the mole. We'll still do mole. If I'd gotten off without taking any damage, I probably would walk to the bear. Has anyone ever done time comparisons about whether it's faster to walk around the left side or the right side of this house? It's got to be within like a second or two. Maybe even less, but I just don't know, honestly, which one is faster. I've never timed it. Figures the mole's not there. attacks. Okay. Okay, that was pretty... Oh, he hit the last one for 61. Why were the other ones so... There was like 35, 37, and 61. What's up with that? Yeah, he was pretty friendly. I mean, not friendly, depending on how you look at it. Hey, what's up, Buzz Buzz? Thank you very much. Hopefully we got all the bad luck out of the way. This has been a rough start. But it's all good. The hill climb was probably the most populated I've ever seen. So many enemies. No! Buying the skip sandwiches is probably a little bit faster. Now I just realized when you do it with Ness, because you don't have to select who is going to. So it is a little bit slower to buy them now, which is an interesting factor. I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute ad break to make pre-rolls disabled. I'll be back in a few minutes. Forgot to split. There's so many like quiet sections of the run where like running ads will not affect anything. Like from run to run, the next 3 minutes is identical. What's up, John? How you doing? I'm doing my part. What's up, Michael? Thank you so much for the resub, buddy. 40 months on a side note. That's crazy. I think 40 months might be the longest sub I've ever seen in my channel. Is there a way to see, like, how long, like, the length? I want to see, like, a list of people that are, like, the longest subscription people. Wait, how do you see? Are you, like, do you know that for a fact, Sky? How do you know that? Oh, it probably has me as, like, with my identity. Oh, 76 months you can highlight. But I mean, like, even, like, among, like, users that aren't active subscribers, like, the most number of months someone has been a sub. When's the next Subway tournament? When we ran that tournament, like, 8 years ago, whenever it was, did someone actually get the Subway gift card? Was it just a meme, or did someone actually get it? Hey! The first bright thing to come out of this run. A gold split. It was a perfect read. There were no enemies to despawn anywhere. Yeah, just the graveyard. Basically, how well did that graveyard go? For reference, these are the same splits that I made back in, like, 2013 when I first started running this game. I didn't have any, like, split reference. I didn't know what people were using or anything like that. I guess I had a Skateman and, like, Oxwas to reference. There was one other runner that I forget his name. Where, like, the popular video went around where the dog ran across his keyboard and loaded a save state somewhere else in the game and killed his run like 3.5 hours in or something. I forget his name. It basically comes down to, like, did I skip the photo, and how well did I menu to the water bills? Oh, that crow's gonna go right there, huh? Look at this long stretch monkey staying with me. And then the moment we try to do protoplasm, he's gonna leave. How different would the memes about Tessie be if instead of the little, like, 3 pixels at the end indicating that he's smiling, they were down to indicate he was frowning? And then everyone thought it was mean. It's those 3 pixels that make Tessie who he is. That was the anti-jazz originated from the Tessie sequence too. I think that's when I did it. I found that video, or I think Phalix posted it or something. Good stuff. Alright, let's see how this protoplasm goes if I'm gonna wipe to him. Okay, we're not gonna wipe to him, at least not in 3 turns. Do something empty again for another action? That's fine. Cool. A cookie. Alright. Bubble Monkey, please. Let's get protoplasm together. We can do this. Together. I believe in you, Bubble Monkey. Dang it, Bubble Monkey. Oh, it's definitely valid to just go for them sometimes. Like, the average situation, there's probably many situations where... Actually, this is a little iffy. If he attacks... Okay, we're fine, I think. Oh, never mind. Like, on average, there's probably some places where it's faster to just take the fight. But runners don't want average. They want to gamble for that best case scenario. Ah! I almost turned into walking into that. See, I'm not like, it's disappointing that I got this fight, but I've started stuttering that middle room when there's no mushroom. And it's kind of a gamble. Because you're kind of putting yourself at the mercy of whatever shows up on this section. It has a pretty high likelihood of being empty. But if there's a mushroom, then you gotta like turn back and... So it was a better outcome than there being a mushroom there. So Ness doesn't have any psychic points. So I probably do want to heal with Jeff in the machine. Because it's a little too low. Actually, I don't know. Not this. This is how I lost, and my run in the Boogie tournament ended. Mushrooms here on the top rope. I think it was like 15 despawns or something. Yeah, I had a really good Pawn Cave, and I took the lead in Pawn Cave, and then I just couldn't get that spot despawned. And I lost the lead. See, in that situation, yeah, it totally would have been faster to just taken one of the mushroom spawns, but you don't know how long it's going to take. On average, it's faster there to not take a fight, but there's always cases where it would have been faster to just fight it. Also, the mushroom fights are a little scary, especially if there's two. So we're gonna lose a little bit more time here. We're gonna be down to like +3. Keep going. There's still hope. Can those ones not? Are those ones technically different mushrooms? If that's the case, I didn't know that. I guess it would be kind of unfair to get a mushroom on your head because there's nowhere to get rid of it until you get to the lab. Or die. I do think mechanically this has been one of my better runs in recent weeks. Just getting very unlucky. We'll make it up in 3 tunnel. Easy. Ooh, double yikes. Good rock and rolls, at least. Okay. I feel like Boogie Tent has decent speed, so the chance for Rockins to miss is actually a little bit higher, but I don't know for sure. It'd be weird for a tent to have high speed. I feel like his speed should be 0. Interesting. So they're both red, but they have different names. I had no idea. Did they both have 60 HP? I think that's what the ones in Onett and Tucson are, right? And like Peace Forest Valley. I think is it 60 HP for both? I literally had no idea the two mushrooms had different names, and that they were different types, but it makes sense. Oh no, you're talking about the Onett versus Rainy Circle. Oh gosh. I zoned out and I was thinking it was the Follow the Lady in trip. That was my bad. Okay, so we have skip sandwiches. The idea with the skip sandwiches is to get zombies running or approaching Ness, but then Paula triggers the green swirl from behind. I've only had one successful green swirl with the skip sandwich strat in like 3 attempts. We'll see how it goes tonight. Interesting. So the ones in when you're with Jeff can waste a turn, but the ones with just Ness can't do that. Intriguing. That works. My goodness. That was an exceptional 3 cave. Hello, Pete. And we have an extra skip sandwich. What do we do with that? Maybe try and force a green on like a Foppy fight? That was really good split. Let's just go fast here. Actually, probably would have been better to do it after sleeping. Whatever. But yeah, just like that, we're... Oh, interesting. The skip lasts through the sleep. Had it for a split second. Can't believe I've had a 3 tunnel that's better than that. For anyone that hasn't been around for this section, we have to wait behind the waterfall for 3 minutes for it to open up. During which time we'll be doing Ask Andy time. It's your chance to ask me anything you would like. Whether it's about Earthbound or anything else. Anything is fair game. Going in at 122. 122.05. How's everybody doing? Hey, what's up, Zach? Good to see you, buddy. It's okay, I've already been asked pretty much everything there is to be asked. We can just sit here and hang out together and have a nice peaceful moment. We don't have to talk. We can just be here with each other. Been drinking all night, nice. Well, I'm glad you're good at least. Oh yeah, the O's ownership just changed, didn't it? The ownership changed and immediately, like, made that acquisition. What do I want to be asked? I want to be asked what you want to ask me. I'm always down to talk baseball. Spring training games start in like a month. Those like 4 or 5 months without baseball is just a sad time. stoked for next season. The Astros window is starting to close, and how long we're going to be competitive. So, maybe like 2 or 3 more years, and then I think we're going to be kind of like out of our window. But who knows? Maybe someone comes up and changes things. I don't know. But the Astros minor league system is pretty weak right now. There's a lot of foppies down here. I probably need to like force a green on this pack of foppies over here. That didn't happen. That's okay. We'll skip all the other fights in here. Make up for the fact that I literally didn't fight anything in 3 Cave. Am I doing strawberry color? I don't even like... At some point I just like... stop thinking about what color the text boxes are. Hey, Pika. Your name is very descriptive. Aggressive fly. Oh, that's... It's a green, but I can't run from it. Because there's a few enemies in the game that are scripted to be unrunnable because you have like a scripted fight with them. And because there are a couple scripted fights with that enemy type, the game has that entire enemy type to be flagged as unrunnable. So even if it's a random encounter, you still can't run from it. Same with like the cultists. This is on console. So yeah, the cultists and the slimy little piles are the ones that like are a thing in the glitchless speedrun. There might be others. This is a genuine Super Nintendo. Well, technically I'm playing on a Super Famicom. On a flash cart, but same idea. I hope you're asking if it's like what platform I'm playing on because the picture looks pretty good. And that's because I kind of upped my setup recently. I have a retro tink between my SNES and my capture card. It kind of like makes the picture a little cleaner. Yeah, I'm sitting here playing on an old school ASCII pad controller. But interesting fact about Earthbound, Earthbound accepts inputs at any time from either the first or second player slots. So I have two controllers plugged in. The start button on my ASCII pad's really bad. So I have another SNES controller that I use exclusively for the start button. And I just have the other one sitting next to me. You need it for confirming inputs on player naming screens. During a run, that is just when you're naming the player. So I need to press it like 5 times in the run. No, it's just a graphical glitch. It doesn't actually do anything, so I wouldn't care if someone did it. I'm so sorry, Sky. At least it's done. Right on time for you to go to bed. Yeah, if you, I forget what button you press, but when the meteor light from Buzz Buzz, and like Buzz Buzz is descending and the meteor light is coming up at the top of the hill climb at the very beginning of the game, and it's like that yellow light. If you press, I forget what button it is, if you press this button on the second controller, it essentially inverts the meteor light, and it makes it go down instead of up. And you can swap the direction by pressing buttons. That was discovered by Ultimo Ice on accident like 5 years ago. Pretty far into the history of Earthbound speedrunning. How are we doing against average right now? We're catching up to average. I guess my my Threed Cave and my Walk to Foreside were way above average for some reason. All right, let's nail this mole cave. And pull this in within about like a minute of PB. A snack. Another snack. He's in kind of a tight space. We're just gonna despawn it. Oh, I forgot to give him the BBR. Okay, we'll go this strat for now. It's okay. Actually, this is probably the safer strat if the teddy bear is active. To save the BBR until the teddy bear is gone. I don't know. You can look at it either way. Rip Teddy, indeed. It's always nice when he makes it this far, though. Oh, I just realized that Teddy ate the poison from the Belch's fight. Can I just drag him up a little bit and then stutter past him? I'm gonna do that. Pro action replay codes? I don't know what that is. You can manipulate RNG with your actions, though. If you start at console reset. Console reset, the RNG is always set to the exact same value. So if you always perform the exact same actions, you'll have the same outcomes. We haven't seen a 128 roll in quite a while. Uh-oh. 2 snacks. Gotta go slow, stutters. Oh, absolutely ban the rewind function. Are there any games that actually allow the rewind function for SNES games? I'm not used to seeing a snake here. Usually it's the newsman. Interesting to not learn healing beta until all the way here. There are runs where you actually abuse how Eggs and Mouse actually functions to take you to caves like you're not in. Because you can only use Eggs and Mouse in a cave, but if like you came in from some other route, you can actually teleport to like somewhere else. So like the Eggs and Mouse location is saved when you enter a cave, but if you like came in from some other route or you died or something like that, it's still set. Hey, thank you very much, Ageless. I'm gonna go ahead and run the next 3 minutes of ads right now. All we're doing now is handing off the diamond and watching the Runaway 5 show. So, set those off so you guys don't get pre-rolls for the next little bit. I will see you in a few minutes. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break during the Runaway 5 show as well. Right on time. Alright, so I think what I've been doing is 5 super bombs on Jeff. The rest BBRs. 2, 3, 4, 5. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game? I've never even heard of that. Is that like an older game? Something for the Switch? GBA newer. I did have a GBA back in the day. I never had a 2DS or a 3DS or anything in that generation. I remember I had friends who had the Game Boy SP. It's essentially the Game Boy Advance, but it could flip open. I was always really jealous of kids who had those. But yeah, I missed like the entire generation of 2DS and 3DS. I did go back. I played Dragon Quest VIII from 3DS on stream. I had a blast with that one. I'm pretty sure that's like the only 3DS game I've ever played. I realized that Jeff wasn't at max HP, so that if he had died there, that would have been my fault. I mean, for one, it's alive. Oh, come on. Ness is stinking homesick again. Do we gamble on Manny Manny and just keep Ness homesick? I'm gonna gamble. I think it's a 1 in 4 chance to lose your turn. It's not super high. Because it'll heal at a... It's only one more fight that Ness needs to be homesick for. And then we'll remove it without any time loss. I actually got out my, my son was curious about, like, all my old, like, games and Super Nintendo and N64 and Game Boy games and stuff. So I got out my old Game Boy and got to turn it on, and we put in Pokemon. We got to see what the original Pokemon Red looked like on the original Game Boy. That was his first time seeing it. I don't think he was very impressed. But then he wanted to play Banjo-Kazooie. So we've been playing Banjo-Kazooie recently. And it's making me want to learn the speedrun to Banjo-Kazooie. Because it's a fun game. I'm locked in here. I remember in like the heyday of like 2015, 2014 or whatever, when Stivity Bobo was really good at banjo. I used to watch him quite often. And then a whole lot of other stuff happened with him, and then he disappeared. Yeah, I could have. I would have been fine with that spawn because he was moving away. And the Banjo speedrun's relatively quick. It was like 2 hours. I mean, it's pretty intense platforming and stuff, but it's just a fun game. I'm only down for them to make the console if they, like, don't do it in just, like, a drop. Because it's so kind of lame how they drop, like, the SNES Classic or whatever it is. And now they're just, like, if you want one, they're super expensive. I don't like how they did the release of that thing. Holy crud! 650 on Manny Manny. That is so high. From that BBR. $650 would be every single rocket hit for an average of 120? 110? No, 130? I can't do math. Did they reuse the background? Interesting. So yeah, 130. So that was an above average roll for all 5 rockets hitting. Manny Manny's a little fast, so all 5 rockets hitting is already rare. 120 is an average hit. I'm not super deep in, like, the Mother 3 lore. I have played Mother 3 exactly twice. And it's been probably 10 years since I last played it. I think Mother 3 is a neat game. I think it's a terrible speedrun. So because I've done speedruns of Mother 1, or Earthbound Beginnings. Never done Mother 3. Hey, how dare you say the Monkey Cave is boring? Monkey caves are the monkeys are adorable. You get to see how bad my menuing is, or if I've forgotten an item. Didn't I just give you one? Oh, I gave him the protein drink. When the new RNG manipulation comes out, we won't need to pick up the picnic lunch. Because the only reason we grab the picnic lunch is because we need a pizza. The new manipulation that is being created gets a pizza drop. From the skate punks in Onett. Yeah, most people don't even know the skate punk drops anything, but it's a 1 in 128 chance to drop a pizza. I actually did a run of all rare item drops. It was segmented, but I got every single 1 in 128 drop item that enemies drop in the game. There's something like 20 of them or something. Hey, what's up, Alvin? Good to see you, buddy. I had insane luck until I got to the Horn of Life in Deep Darkness. That was such a miserable part of the run. Oh gosh, it's not green. Oops. Yeah, the Horn of Life is dropped by one of the fishmen, but the enemy that drops it only joins you or only fights you in packs with another fishman. So essentially, it's a 1 in 256 drop because you cannot fight him alone unless you are really strategic with pulling the enemies apart. Yeah, that one was tough. And then you're already like moving slow and that was not fun. It's interesting that the rare item that is like the item that everyone wants to grind for is the Sword of Kings. The Sword of Kings is one of the worst rare drops. There's so many better options. I don't know where I am. I got a butterfly as I was teleporting in, but it was off screen. Whenever I see those guys, I just view them as hot dog heads. Just their whole body is the shape of a hot dog. Old school Pokemon. Definitely has similarities. Hopefully it looks a little bit better than that. Definitely the same genre though. Yeah, those skips were good. I got behind the table in that one room really quickly. Is that Game Boy that I was... Oh, that... It is in here. So yeah, I was showing my son the original Pokemon earlier. I can't believe I have a... I found my old Game Boy Color. Works and everything. Even has like the battery still functions. Because it has my old save file. I was impressed that the Game Boy is held up because I haven't tried to turn on that Game Boy in probably 20 years. Well, the Game Boy Color takes 2 AA's. I remember them lasting quite a while. Way longer than, like, the 4 AA's on the original Game Boy. I remember this Game Boy Color, the batteries lasting a decent amount of time. My guess would be, like, 10 to 15 hours. But I don't know. It was way longer than, like, the Sega Game Gear. Oh, you're talking about the game batteries. I don't know. I got this game, this Pokemon Red when I was in elementary school, probably 3rd grade. So the cartridge battery has lasted since then. 3rd grade was 95, so 28 years. Got a little battery keeping those 1s and 0s captured for decades. It was interesting to see like what the party was that I was using. I remember back in the old days, my 2 favorite Pokemon were Alakazam and Gyarados. Every single playthrough I did, I had those 2 in my party. I'd always get my brother's Game Boy and trade my Kadabra back and forth so I could have Alakazam. Fun fact, my birthday is tomorrow, so for all of y'all on the East Coast, feel free to go ahead and blow out some candles for me. Ooh, you got a Groundhog's Day birthday. Nice. Do I think Earthbound ever getting a 3D remake is doubtful because it's such a classic game? I'm holding out hope. After the Super Mario RPG remake, remaster, probably closer to a remaster than a remake. In the back of my mind, I'm like, maybe there's a possibility. I think the chance is probably like less than 5%, but I think there's a chance. I don't think they would ever make it like true 3D. It would be like a graphical upward thing like they did with Smurpage. That would be awesome if they made it 2D HD like Octopath. I just think it's just like absurd that Mother 3 still has not been released in the US. Like obviously like I've accepted the fact that it's never coming. But I just think it's like, why didn't they ever do it? So silly. Even Tomato, who did the localization for, or basically did the localization for Mother 3 on his own time, has said, if you want it, you can have it, and I will hand over all the rights to it. And the barrier is like so little to get it across, but whatever. There's probably a good reason for it. Earthbound 3 or Mother 3 English. If Mother 3 English localization hasn't come out, despite all like the memes and the fact that even like Nintendo acknowledging the fact that all the fans want Mother 3 and they won't shut up about it, and they still didn't release it, Mother 3 is never getting localized in English. I would expect a remake or remaster of Earthbound before Mother 3 got released in the US. Yeah, in my mind, Nintendo is good for their games. When it comes to like the ecosystem, online functionality, your like on like a game library, anything related to anything outside of the game itself, Nintendo is horrible at. Their games are fantastic, but everything involved with playing their games is horrendous. I don't know how they're still in 2024 and they just haven't made any progress with anything online. You see me reach over and press that start button? I don't know why I'm trying to go to the museum. Oh, I didn't call. That's why I need to go. I was supposed to call in the shop and I didn't. It was interesting. I had played Pokemon Red. And I hadn't played a single game until I tried Pokemon Sword and Shield. And I don't know, I just hadn't, like, followed the games at all. I knew a lot of people still liked them and stuff, but... And I just assumed that there was innovation still going on in the Pokemon world. And I picked up Pokemon Sword, and I didn't realize that literally it is the exact same game that was created 25 years ago, but with semi-modern graphics. Literally nothing has changed. And I had no idea. It, like, caught me off guard how it's still the exact same game. I guess other than, like, mechanically, you can give, like, items for Pokemon to hold. But I just ignored it. Because it's, like, such a minor influence on fights. It's really for, like, micro-optimization. And I just ignored that whole function. So yeah, I realized that Pokemon Sword and Shield are the exact same as Pokemon Red and Blue. And I imagine I'll come back in another 20 years and see if anything has changed again. Whoa! I'm not that old. Let's be honest. I hope I make it to 56. Does it play any differently, Michael? I assume it's still like Pokemon know 4 moves. The same types are all there. The same advantages and disadvantages. You can keep six Pokemon in your party. You go around from gym to gym. Oh, there was a new Pokemon show that came out. That was I was really happy with that. It was like it's a really short like mini series on Netflix. Pokemon Concierge, I think it's what it's called. It's like 4 13-minute episodes. But if you are a Pokemon fan and you haven't watched those, I highly recommend it. They are adorable. Granted, it's only like 45 minutes of show, but it was really cute. Hey, what's up, Doctor? How you doing? Dr. McBob. Runs are okay. This run is suffering. We're hobbling along. My son recently discovered Super Smash Brothers, and now that's like his favorite game to play. Melee head for years. What we do with my son's only 4, so he can like sometimes beat the level 2 computer. That's about like where he's at skill wise. So I always do me and him on a team playing against 2 level 2 computers, and I always do just like random character just to kind of like get exposure to all of them. I still don't understand why they're percentages. Like, why put a percent if it's not a percent? I don't get it. It's just like some arbitrary number. The higher it gets, the farther you fly when you get hit. That's an interesting thought. I never thought about it being the knockback percent. So like 100% would be like some value, and if it hits 200, then you're gonna fly twice as far as what 100 was. That might make sense. I'm sure people who are really into Smash understand it, and could tell you like what the difference between like 50 and 150 is. I'm okay at Ultimate. I never played Melee. I played the one for N64 and then Ultimate. Never played any of the ones in between. %50 will produce half as much knockback. So, will 0% produce 0 knockback? I would expect that, like, 100, if 100% is a standard, if 0% exists, then if you get hit when you're at 0, you don't move. But maybe it applies whatever damage you take. Because if you get hit, you're gonna at least grow in percentage somewhat. Hi, Lady Perfect. I love how that guy talks like someone from like the South. Says, if you do decide you want anything, you hurry back now, you hear? Why is there a guy that talks like a southern... someone from like Georgia or someone in Scaraba? I knew there was gonna be someone in chat who knew that the in-depth calculations of how this all worked. Look at that. No BBR because I didn't have a BBR. That's usually where I burn my last one, but I'm out. But that was probably just as fast as like a decent BBR roll. Is that butterfly? Yeah, I've just never bothered to save the BBR for that long. Probably makes sense. I just auto-fight the mole. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if everyone dies. It looks bad, but it's not bad at all. I don't know why I didn't get that skip. Whoa, did you see that weird gray flash on the screen? What was that? It was almost like the red flash from the cold mixing with like the encounter or something. Odd. Just thinking about how everyone in this party is dead. And now they're all alive. Remember, we have 3.5 minutes to save on the Gigas split. Because on my PV, the Gigas split was horrendous. So, I mean, it looks bad, but... I mean, there's still a lot of time saved. Dang. Oh, I forgot that Ness and Jeff are useless fashion. I got a pizza, not the coffee. I don't know what the odds are for that pizza drop, but let's eat it. It's probably like a 1 in 32 or a 1 in 64 from the record, is my guess. Because I don't remember grinding for it in the speed run or in my all rare items drops. But I also only, like, if a rare item dropped from multiple places as a 1 in 128, I only got it once. One in 64 from the record. So that was technically a 1 in 128 drop, because you have to roll the 1 and 2 for the record to have the item drop, since there was 2 enemies. Why is that not a green? Paula's dead. Crud. Three fights on the dungeon, man. That's not ideal. No, not again. Oh. No! Gosh, dang it. Still holding on somehow, though. What's crazy is, like, after all of this, it feels like I've just had, like, bad section after bad section. I'm only 3 minutes behind. It feels like I should be, like, 7. The one really bright part of this run was 3 Cave. But if I can get good at the skip sandwiches, I can replicate that a lot more often. Because I did get 1 green squirrel using the skip. I mean, technically, we're still within the Gigas save threshold. I've been saying I have 3.5 minutes to save on the Gigas flight alone. Watch us, like, PB by 6 seconds with all the time save on Gigas. I fully expect something like that to happen. These will be really nice splits to run against. Are they good splits to fun against? Absolutely not. It's a very valid question. What does Ness already have? He has... Let's get rid of that. I need... two... Okay. I feel like I have a lot of money. Let's just have an absolutely phenomenal Deep Darkness. What do y'all say? I've been considering scaling back the number of life noodles I pick up. Because I feel like I use them so infrequently that maybe just like not even worth picking up as many as I do anymore. Uh-oh. Everything's fine. I think I'm sitting on 3 life noodles. I ran into an enemy. Gotta menu fast. Oh, I didn't mean to hit a tree there. If I were to eliminate a life noodle pickup, which one do I eliminate? Because you have the brain food lunch and life noodles that I pick up in Dalam. You have the life noodles that I pick up in Monkey Cave. The life noodles I pick up in Pyramid. That's too many. I need to start picking up fewer. So which one do I eliminate? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The last one that I pick up is in Pyramid. It's literally on the route. So if I do want to eliminate one, I'd probably choose to eliminate one of ones where I have to go slightly out of my way for. Which would probably be the item pickups in Dalam. Dalam is probably the... Even though all the life noodles and brain food lunches are right on the route, I have to walk slightly out of my way to get those. We could all use one of those. I'm so bad at talking to people when I don't have, like, a connection with them at all. I don't know why I keep going up. I need to make sure I save enough money to go to the museum in Summers later. So I need to save, like, make sure I have at least, like, 50 bucks. Because I've done that multiple times. Or I'm literally out of money. Okay, that should be plenty though. Take a long way round. How do you think Pooh gets his hair to stay like that? Or his hair is like horizontal? Alright, so what are we looking at for the rest of this run? We have about an hour and change left. I'm trying to remember what was bad. I mean, I know for a fact Gigas was bad. So this is at like just under 17 minutes, 16:52. Gold would be 13:30. So 3.5 minutes. I'm trying to remember which of like the sanctuaries was bad coming up. I don't remember. Do you think Monkey's going underwater with Tessie right here? Where are they going? But earlier, Monkey left with another monkey. Gosh, no. Remember, like in the first trip to Winters, Monkey leaves with a different monkey. Monkeys are, and like when you come back and land with Paula and Jeff to do Rainy Circle, Monkey meets you with the same girl, so it's not that. They're just good friends. I mean, that's a possibility. Girl Monkey's nowhere around. Bat, I need you to go away. I think it's just faster to run instead of despawning it. Do I not have space for it? Is that what just happened? Because I didn't hear it. Oh gosh. Buy a secret herb. And that's another thing, like, after the secret herb is a safety for the Manny Manny fight. After that fight, I don't really need it anymore. So at one point I have a secret herb and 3 life noodles. That's totally unnecessary. Oh yeah, speaking of Casey Bat. I need to despawn that one so I can despawn these ones. Actually, wouldn't mind forcing the green right here to... or just navigating around him or something. Okay. Yes. They're really adamant on not attacking, huh? Dang it. I love a good enemy out of bounds. Not cool. At least the bottom was clear. Alright, let's get the first Starman fight, and then Green Swirl start jumping from fight to fight with greens. I might have been able to try to skip this, but that's okay. I love the skip sandwich wiggles on the ladders. That'll do. Good Stonehenge. And no fight coming out, it's always nice. Alright, this is where we start pulling it back. Getting like a nice 408 on this run. Okay, how does this compare? I need to change my splits. I've been wanting to add just a little section to say the difference of my PB to gold. I just want to see like how much time save I have on each split. Because after that Stonehenge, I think a PB is very likely again. Because again, we have a lot of time to save on Gigas. If you see a Rock and Alpha on the Gigas fight, it'll be at least 2.5 minutes of time save. Which 11th of the game is best? The 7th 11th. The 11th that has the 5 strongest moles. That would probably be like the 4th or 5th, somewhere around there. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Nice. If I had somehow been able to skip that last Fabi fight, that would have been an incredible Lumine. Oh, there's more down here. What fun. maybe if I'd equipped the Rabbit's Foot on Jeff before this fight, I would have been able to, I could have done a run. Sorry, I'm just texting my wife. She's telling me that my son just threw up. And he made it to the toilet. He's a champion. Especially for a 4-year-old. I have memories of, like, throwing up on the floor next to my bed when I was, like, 14. Yeah, I'm not sure if he's sick or not. We'll see. He did just finish like a 10-day dose of antibiotics dealing with strep. So hopefully it's not like strep coming back or something. That'd be terrible. I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads during the Venus show. The Venus show is so long. And it's not that interesting. So, while we're watching that show, I'll run some ads and we'll finish this run up. Is it a great song, though? All the other Runaway 5 shows are better. Alright, see you in a few minutes. For all of you people that don't have to watch ads, you want to see this amazing? Look at this thing. My son's been on a big coloring kick. Look at this Blastoise that I colored. Blastoise, Squirtle, Wartortle combo. I was pretty proud of that coloring job. I colored, it was like, it's like this big book thing that my son has. And it has like a bunch of Pokemon pictures and stuff. So I colored like a Bulbasaur, Venusaur, Ivysaur combo. Then I did the Squirtle, Wartortle, Blastoise combo. And now I'm currently working on Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard. My son's like on a really big coloring and art kick recently. Welcome back, everybody! I just need a gold star. I need some gold star stickers. My Bulbasaur one is way better than that one. My Bulbasaur one I was really proud of, genuinely. Hey, no spawns! Recent runs, there's been a lot of spawns coming down that ladder. I feel lag. Okay, it was up there. Well, thank you. I probably spent probably 3 hours on that Blastoise picture. maybe closer to 4, actually. I don't know. I've never been very artistic. I'm not good at coloring, but at least, or I'm not good at drawing or being creative in that regard, but at least I can color. Give me the reference picture and I will nail it. Gen 1 are all the Pokemon that I'm most familiar with. Like, I played Pokemon Red, my brother had Pokemon Blue, and we played those a ton. And like, anything related to those original 150, I know 100%. I know everything about those original 150. Everything after that, though, no, I'm at a loss. Although, now I know some of the Pokemon Sword and Shield Pokemon decently. I don't know where those are all from, or if there's, like, exclusive ones, but I know those pretty well now. Because I played through the game twice with my son. To be a Pokemon Master is my destiny. Nidoran slow, bro. Gotta catch 'em all, gotta catch 'em all. I don't remember the order or anything. But I watched that rap every single day. I actually, like, when I was a kid, I recorded the TV show. It was on while I was at school. But I had my VCR set so that I could record the episodes whenever they aired. So I could watch it as soon as I got home. That's funny. Pop a skip sandwich here to try and force a green on the fight on the bottom floor. I guess it's not the bottom floor of this dungeon. This floor. Ooh, there was no fight! Oh my gosh, that was a nice pink cloud. Even with that 2-hour failed run twice in a row. Holy crap, look at these splits! I'm like pulling it back. I didn't expect this stretch to happen. Why? Why is this coming at me? Somebody explain this to me. I'm standing there, all these enemies are supposed to be running away from me, and the guy's like, nope. Alright, Fire Spring. Watch a soft lock right here. Or rather, instead of soft lock, crash. There's a small chance, depending on your RNG value, that you teleport in and crash the game. Ooh, I shot that gap pretty well. Michael grinding for that 1 on 128 drop. I admire the effort. Alright, let's see how this goes. We could definitely be green after the split, and then save another 3 minutes at the end of the run. We're 100% in PB territory now. Ooh, first try. Yeah, a long RPG like this, perfection is literally impossible. There's always going to be a section that could be better. Unless you're doing RNG manipulation, in which case you can attain perfection. You could speedrun any percent. You can definitely achieve perfection in any percent. Because any percent is what just comes down to execution. Who can execute faster? Since the whole run is predetermined. Oh gosh, I couldn't tell who I was gonna fight first. This is fine. Please, first round run. Give it to me, please. Come on, one time. Yes! The Cosmo Canyon skip, that's fairly recent, isn't it? Like within the last couple, like last year or so? My goal is for my goal is to get a sub 4 in No Manip Glitchless. If and when I attain that, I want to learn the new manipulation that's being created for Earthbound. And my aim is to beat my PB from 2016 or whatever it is. 8 years old. I'll probably aim for like a 345. What a nice stretch. Went from plus 325 down to plus 17 seconds. I wish I could use hacks. Admin, he's doing it sideways. Yeah, I'm planning on just continuing this. I'm not going anywhere when it comes to streaming. It's not like I have a single goal and then we disappear again. For all intents and purposes, I'm back. My goal is at least 2 streams a week. Occasionally 3 if I have time. But my minimum that I'm trying to hit is like 1 weekday stream, 1 weekend stream. Doing what against streaming? Earthbounding? Going quick? Thank you, Brash. I'm proud of me too. Intents and porpoises? I'm trying to piece that together. I'm sure that has some meaning, but I don't see it. I'm also not the quickest. Would Friday be a weekday or weekend or a weekend? Weekend. Yeah, on regular nights, my time to just hang out is usually like 8 to about 10:30 is when I just hang out on my own. But that's always varied, and a lot of times I'm doing work during those hours. Cause I'm working at a startup with some buddies of mine. And then sometimes I end up putting hours in the evenings on it. It's hard work. It's a whole world I was like unfamiliar with. I kind of worked at a startup in the past, but I was like employee number 15 or so. So it was a little further along. I didn't have much skin in the game. I had some skin, but not a lot. That's fine. I got a green. I wonder if I can take the ghosting all the way to skip the next fight. This one I was employee number 4. I appreciate that. It's stressful, but things are chugging along. Things are promising. Life is stressful, and then you die. Skip super bombs. I need the rapid foot. Thank you. Get rid of one more thing so I can pick up the bat. Okay. Five seconds. Hard times, death, and taxes. Yep. All you can do is choose some good people to do the hard times with and make it a little better. Look at these average splits. This shows you how all over the place this run has been. For anyone that wasn't here at the beginning and is looking at the splits now and is like, dang, this is actually a pretty good run. This run started out bad. The hill climb was the worst I've seen in ages. It just kept getting worse, hovered around like the 3-minute mark, and then all of a sudden, yoink. Yeah, for me it's like, it's been highlighted with my son because like the hard times, it's always a phase. And it's easy to like say that in the moment looking back at things like, oh, it's just a phase. Everything's easy when you just put it in the right perspective. But looking back at it is like the first like 4 or 5 months after my son was born, he just like, his sleeping patterns were horrendous. And it was like, I was dying. All of us were tired. It was a really hard period of time. Like, saying it was a really hard period of time is still underselling how bad it was. But then things got better. But it's just like, it's so hard to like in the moment think of things. This will get better. Even looking in the past and seeing how things always got better. You still in the moment, it's like, crap. I can tell myself that it will get better, but my goodness, it doesn't seem like it will. All kids are different. I've had friends who, like, talk about how, like, good they sleep. It's, yeah, where he's like 3 weeks old. He sleeps through the night. He sleeps like 8 hours at a time, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, don't even talk to me. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, it's all kid dependent. Everyone's different. See, and I thought it was hard, but looking back at it, I remember thinking, like, how terrible and miserable I was. But then I'm like... I look at, like, some of, like, the terrible, like, the 2s and 3s when it was, like, the tantrums were terrible. I'm like, dang, that was the worst. I don't know. Whatever you're dealing with now is the worst. I didn't even aggro the Kraken. Oh, he's gonna pull me all the way up here. It's unfortunate. Gotta take the long way around. That's very true. Being tired is the worst. Low roll. Good roll. Bad life of beta. No shield yet though, which is good. Okay, we should be fine. Because he's not gonna life up here. Okay. I think that is the first green split of the run. Yeah, first time we've been ahead. Just imagine being a Pistons fan. Weren't they? They were on track. They had like the biggest losing streak, or like right close to being the closest or the worst losing streak in NBA history. At one point, was it like 20-something games? Longest season. Oh, the one they tied was spanned multiple seasons. And Nest knows healing Gamma, which is nice. Before, like, 2015, 2016... No, I would say before 2017, I would have said that being an Astros fan was awful. Because I've been an Astros fan all my life, and it's just like... It was rough. Outside of, like, 2005, where they got swept in the World Series, there's really no, like, playoff results anywhere in Astros history. But now I can't say that anymore, because it's a fun time. I mean, obviously the Astros cheated in 2017, but still, they've made it to the American League Championship Series for, what, 8 straight years now? 7 years? It's been a fun time to be a fan. Apparently, you don't even have to teleport to skip enemies in Dark Onett. You just walk past everything. Ah, there's an enemy! Okay, what do we got up here? Ooh, I just bonked an enemy. Where is he? Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna skip that. Whoop. So now there's spawns up here. Good climb. Okay, we have a 23-second lead with over 3.5 minutes to save on the final split. And that means we can get Rockin' baited 5 times to start this fight. Paula gets killed on turn 1, and we'll still PB. Let's see what happens. What's best case scenario? Matching my gold here would be probably a mid 406. No reason to pick up the Horn of Life, because we got Healing Gamma. Give me an empty cave with a pass, and this will be a 404. No. There'll be some areas that are like way fewer enemies than normal, so like maybe where normally you would take like 2 or 3 fights, you maybe take 1. But not empty. Theoretically, I guess it could happen. I don't think any of these spawn tiles are 100%, but I may be wrong. And even if they are 100%, sometimes if an enemy spawns and then like immediately starts heading like away from the screen, it can despawn itself. So because like in Dark Onett, there are multiple 100% spawn tiles, but even sometimes when you're walking through them, you don't see them there. Hey, thank you very much, Bean Train. You missed the start of this run was abysmal. I was like plus 3.5 minutes, about 45 minutes into the run. See, like, no enemy right there is slightly uncommon, which is nice. Seeing Ghost of Starman already is very sad. And if... oh my gosh. Already got star partied. I'm only gonna heal Ness. I'm gonna intentionally stop here and force a green. I agree about that red swirl. Oh, I was hoping that Paula was triggering that fight. That would have been a green. Nice weak enemy, though. See, only getting 1 fight through there is nice. Nice. Alright, that was a good Cave of the Past. Okay, if we start this fight seeing a Rockin' Alpha, this will probably be a mid 406. If you see a Rockin' Beta, it'll probably be closer to like a 408. That's my guess. But either way, this run is probably gonna PB. You got the alpha. I life noodled with Pooh because Pooh usually ends up going last. So if Paula died, then he immediately brings her back. If the paralysis lands, we're home free. Dang. Hit Ness. Hit Ness. Or miss. That works too, okay. And we don't have enough for 2 Rock or Starstorm Omegas. We have enough for a Starstorm Omega and an Alpha. I queued up a Rock or a Healing or Life Up Beta on Pooh. I probably shouldn't have. I guess I probably should have done an Alpha, but whatever. Solidify? I would love a Solidify so much. Yes! Okay, we should be able to win in one. Nice, another Solidify. Should be able to win on the or get through to phase 2 on this turn. I need this to connect though. Nice. Yeah, I think this is a mid 406. Probably, my guess, I'm gonna say 406.40. Put in your guesses now. Closest is getting a gifted sub. Dang, and just imagine, like, with a decent start, this would have been like a 402. Brash really taking the under. If it ends up being a 406.40, nobody gets a sub because. Nah, let's look at this one. I just bashed with poo. Oh, Jeff or Poo is numb, so it doesn't matter. Look at that, it was actually faster to bash with Poo because he ended up being numb, so I didn't have to menu over to the defend. Look at that. Thinking ahead. I just love that, like, when you get to Phase 3, when you're playing this game casually, is really difficult. But all you have to do is put on a C pendant and a Franklin badge on Paula, and Phase 3 is free. It's crazy how just, like, those 2 items on Paula make it so much easier. Break out the eggnog. Break out the eggnog. No one has ever told you that. In the background, in the music, the noise is saying, break out the eggnog. Listen for it, you'll hear it. And you'll never be able to unhear it ever again. Brash was alluding to that earlier. Break out the eggnog. Break out the eggnog. It was SDFG who ruined it for me. I don't even know, like, what the context or, like, when, if it was in my run or if it was in, like, his own run. But SDFG is the one who told it to me. And then I've ruined it all for you now. It's clearest when it's in the prayer sequence and you can hear it in the background. When you don't hear, like, the music or over top of it. Break out the eggnog. Do do. Bum 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 bum. Dun, dun, dun. Radix, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. That's the very tip. It gets so much worse the further down you go. Hot dog. 40621.